D'Ariano. Good morning and welcome to the 5th Annual Appalachian Youth Livestock Showcase. My name is Samantha Stone, and on behalf of the Preston County Livestock Association, we'd like to welcome you and thank all of you for coming out and supporting our organization and our mission to enrich the kids' lives through youth and agriculture. Thank you so much for coming out. Before we start, we have a couple things that we would like to do. First of all, I'm going to ask each and every one of you to bow your heads as we say a quick prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this glorious day that you have given each and every one of us. I ask that you bless everyone here. I ask that you bless our organization and today's events. And I ask that you place a hedge of protection around each and every person here. Bless the lives of our volunteers, because without them, we would not be able to do your will. Dear Lord, as we go on about our lives after today's show, just place those seeds in us that will grow into the great things that you have planted inside all of us. Dear Lord, just thank you for all that you are, all that you do, and all that you do through all of us. And it's in your precious name that we pray. Amen. All right. If you would please stand, we are now going to be blessed with Mr. Colt. He is here today, and he actually came to our office yesterday and said he really wanted to sing the national anthem. And so I said, you can do that, but you have to sing it for me first. You got to audition. And he blew me away. He is amazing, and I ask that you give him your full attention as he sings the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the land between watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night, and our flag was still there. Oh, say does last star-spangled banner yet wave for the land and of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I'm going to make just a few quick announcements as we get ready to roll on. Of course, we are going to start with our hog showmanship, and that will be our senior division, and it looks like they're just about ready to roll. Please utilize the Showman app to know who's on deck and who is in the ring and what our live results will be posted as the show is rolling today. If you don't know how to do that, go to the office and they can help get you plugged into what you need to do. I'm going to go ahead and announce our judge for today, but before I do that, we have a guest of honor working here with us today, Mr. H.R. Scott. He is a former retired WVU extension agent. He was in Monongalia County. And then to his side, we have Miss Jessica Brodowitz. She is one of our board members for our association. She's going to keep HR moving and on track and help keep record of all of our placings. If you have any questions, concerns, or issues, please reach out to someone in the office or grab a hold of myself, and we can get that taken care of. We have CVA photography here taking shots in the ring, and all those shots will be, of course, posted on her website when she gets a chance, and she's pretty quick, so watch for those today to be forthcoming. We're going to do our best to keep the show rolling smoothly, and that takes your participation as well as paying attention. And this is a jackpot show, so for our kids in our association who may have not participated in a jackpot, if you miss your show, that's on you. This is an event that we welcome guests from the outside to come in to participate, and we want everyone to be show ready and ready to go. So No questions are dumb. Ask your questions, and we'll make sure that you're kept on track. And with that, I would like to introduce our judge today. Tess D'Ariano, right? D'Ariano. How did I mess that up already? Currently lives in Reddick, Florida, and was raised in Okeechobee, Florida, where she and her family primarily raise Beefmaster and Beefmaster Cross cattle that are exhibited statewide and nationally. As one of the owners of Three Turn Ranch, Tess has a passion for producing quality livestock and emphasizes on educating young showmen. She has exhibited every species of livestock at national levels while in 4-H and FFA. Through FFA, Tess competed in poultry, dairy, and livestock judging. She has competed in livestock judging on national levels through both 4-H and FFA, including the American Royal and National Western Stock Show twice. She is currently pursuing her degree in the agriculture field with the goal of becoming a veterinarian and embryologist in cattle. She uses her skills to further enhance her family and others' operations by implanting bovine embryos and as a cattle AI technician. She is dedicated to the field, and with her hands-on experience and passion for livestock, she is committed to advancing the agricultural industry and making a lasting impact on the future of animal science. Let's welcome Tess D'Ariano. Arno. I'll get it before the show's over. Mike, you just click it off.
We'd like to welcome everyone to the arena. We're going to start out with our senior showmanship in swine. Our animals are here. We'll proceed with our Class 1. Maddie Engel, Krista Rinker, Sammy Jo Heyman, Emily Hammer, Christopher Engel, Fatima Padilla, Eli Baker, Cole Blosser, Peyton Edwards. The judge will acknowledge you when she was ready to go.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me. It's an honor to be welcome to your judge at your state. It's really nice to have a temperature change because where I'm from in Florida, hot, humid, and flat ground. So it's nice to see mountains, have some wonderful weather, cooler, a lot cooler where I'm from. And as we get out here in this senior showmanship, I know there's only one class, and I have to select the top 5. Every single one of these showmen is exceptional, and every single one of these showmen could compete at any level. It's just personal preferences, and I'm going to select them from 5th all the way up to grand. I'm going to talk and tell exactly what I see and what I liked, and then work our way down all the way through 6th through 10th. My 5th overall showman is going to be this young man in the back with the striped shirt with this gilt. He's doing a great job. His gilt is not wanting to kind of cooperate with him quite as much. There was a few times where he couldn't find the hole quite as fast as the others out here, but nonetheless, he's still doing a wonderful job. My 4th place showman is going to be this young lady right here in the middle with this barrow and the striped shirt. She's also doing a wonderful job. Her pig is not wanting to cooperate. It's when she was coming out of that gate. I couldn't get quite a straight-on chest view compared to the others behind them, but nonetheless, she's doing a wonderful job. Love the intensity, love the way she holds herself as she gets that barrow driven. She gets his head up. She does a nice job. My 3rd place showman is going to be this young lady in the green shirt with a smaller statured gilt. She's also doing a great job, and I know young pigs can sometimes be a little more ornery than others, but you can tell she's worked with this gilt because she does a wonderful job. She gets them into the holes. She's intense. I moved on the other sides of the pigs a few times just to see if they would move out of the way, and she did everything just that. It's just these were a little bit more intense on either sides of her for grand and reserve, and she's doing a wonderful job. Keep up the good work. For reserve, my reserve showman is going to be this young man in the blue. Love his intensity. Love the way he gets this gilt to the holes. He's doing a great job. He gave me great rear views when I asked him when I got behind the hogs. Just the other one was a little bit more intense and found the holes just a little bit faster. My grand champion senior showman is going to be this young lady in the middle with this barrow. Super, super intense. First impression is a big thing for me, and when she came out the gate, you can tell she wanted it. She wanted to win. She gets this barrow. She was the first one to get him to the hole just about every single time. When there was an open spot, she made sure that barrow was shown with his head up and gave me every single angle possible. It was never in the way when I stepped in front or to the side of this barrow. She showed me every single angle possible, and she was the quickest to move him out of the way when there was a little bit of a jumble between hogs in the middle. Congratulations to everybody. 6th place is going to be this young lady. She did a wonderful job showing this black hog, and it was just minor things compared to the ones ahead of her. She wasn't quite as fast in her movements, wasn't quite as quick to get that gilt's head up, and when I moved behind him, she was kind of didn't step away quite fast enough. 7th place is this young lady with the barrow. She also did a wonderful job. Barrow just wasn't wanting to cooperate with her, loved her intensity, wasn't quick to find the holes compared to the other one in front of her. This young man with the belted barrow also did a great job. Wasn't quite as intense as the others ahead of him. Love the way his posture is and the way he gets that pig shown. And then last but definitely not least, you did a wonderful job with your hog. He just wasn't quite wanting to cooperate. He wants to get his head down. We just need to make sure that we work on getting that gilt's head up, and so we can really show off a nice front end that she has. Congratulations to everybody, and good job.
Exhibitors leaving the ring, we need the champion reserve back in for their picture at the backdrop, please. Champion showman and the reserve champion. They want to take the picture now. Okay, our results on our senior showmanship. Your champion was Sammy Joe Heyman. Your reserve was Christopher Engel. Third, Tima Padilla. Fourth, Emily Hammer. Fifth, Cole Blosser. Sixth, Krista Rinker. Seventh, Maddie Engel. Eighth, Eli Baker. And ninth, Peyton Edwards. We now have entering the ring the intermediates, Allison Owens, Jace Vasinski, Emily Anna Padilla, Nathan Bananowitz, Brogan Feck, Kaylin Barker, Eliza Kinsey,
Out here in the intermediate drive, every single one of these kids is doing an exceptional job, just like the seniors, and some of them could compete right up there with the seniors. Since we're only one class of 7 out here, I'm going to go ahead and talk them from grand all the way down to 7th. There's minor differences. There's one that kind of walked in the ring and he had the look that they wanted it, and it was just game on from there. My grand champion intermediate showman is going to be this young man in the back with the mostly white barrow. He did an exceptional job, and it was close between him and reserve, but what sorted it for me was he found the hole, and he found faster and where to put that pig, and he knew where to put it every single time. He's intense, and he's light with the whip, and he gets that barrow's head up, and there was not a single time where I looked and I couldn't see that barrow's head up. Congratulations to him. My reserve champion showman is going to be this young man right here with the smaller gilt. Congratulations to him. He also did a great job. This gilt probably wasn't one to cooperate quite as much as the showman who won grand, but he did a great job too. He followed right behind the grand champion's steps, and he did a great job. For my third overall, it's going to be this young man right here in the middle. Congratulations. I love how smooth and I love how calm the young man is and the way he gets that barrow shown. There's not anything over-exaggerated about what he does, but he does it right. And congratulations to him. My fourth overall is going to be this young lady right here. Congratulations. Probably gets a little bit off that pig compared to some of the others ahead of her. I like to get just a little bit closer, and this gilt's not want to cooperate quite as much towards the end. But nonetheless, a very, very intense showman, and she also did a wonderful job. Fifth overall is going to go to this young lady right here with this bigger barrel. Congratulations. She also did a wonderful job. Probably not compared to the ones ahead of her, not quite as intense, but there was a couple times where she gave me a good look. Nonetheless, she also did a wonderful job. Sixth place going to go this young man right here with this, six goes to this young man right here. He also did a wonderful job, not quite as intense as the ones ahead of him, but he also did a wonderful job. And seventh is going to go to this young lady right here with this spotted up barrow. She did a great job too. Just wasn't quite as intense. Didn't quite give me as much good looks from the side. I stepped behind that barrel. She didn't quite move out of the way as some of the ones ahead of her. Congratulations, showman.
In our Class 2, our intermediate showmanship, first went to Jace Masinski, second, Emiliana Padilla, third, Nathan Bernanowitz, fourth, Kaylin Barker, fifth, Eliza Kinsey, sixth, Brogan Beck, and seventh, Allison Owens. We now have junior showmanship will be coming in the ring. We have two classes. Our first class here in Class 3, we have these entries: Eli Riley, Paige Bash, Garen Lawson, Alexa Dodge, Joella Woodman, Lindy Wagner, Melilla Basinski, Grayson Barker, Mallory Lack, Kayla Fike, Carla Detweiler. We would like to recognize our sponsors that help make this possible for these youth. And if you're out and around and need some supplies or something from these organizations or can help them out, we ask you to do that. In our Platinum sponsors, we have Preston County Livestock Association, Prodigy Fiber to Home, Mountain Digital Hometown TV, Affordable Signs Unlimited, J&K Livestock, Titan Roofing, Nicholas Enterprises, LLC, Wagner Septic Services, Insurance Centers Incorporated, Grant County Mulch, Labrie Sin HA, White House Cattle, Patton Cattle, Stone Farms, Lowe's of Oakland, Grace Landscaping, LLC. Make sure if you get in around one of these businesses that you take time to support them. Also, we have gold sponsors. We have Ace Aggregates, GEC Incorporated, Paula Seal Coating, LLC, Transova Genetics, Preston Contractors Incorporated, Clear Mountain Bank, Stone Backflow Services, LEC Farm and Garden Market, Farm Credit of the Virginias, Anderson Excavating, Modern Homestead, Senator Randy Smith, Senator Jay Taylor, Stever, Tent Services, Steyer Tent Services, Preston County FFA Alumni, Lennox Local Workers 4-H Club, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing, DC Farm, Charm Flower Farm, Peasley Family Farm, Foreman Livestock, and Dean Farms. Our silver sponsors are Westmar Angus, Jennings Excavating, Wade Mayfield Memorial Fund, and our friends of Ag go to the Preston County Farm Bureau, Maloney and Associates PLLC, Phillips Livestock, Hopping Acres, and Signs Family Farm. Please support these individuals the best you can.
All right, we're going to keep back these 4 young individuals that I pinned up over there, and we're going to excuse the rest. Minor differences between each of them, and those are the 4 that stuck out to me. Every single one of them did a good job. Congratulations to every single one of you.
We will now bring in our Class 4, second class in junior showmanship. Sadie Rosenberger, Hunter Swanson, Bristol Riley, Taylor McNair, Emmeline Feck, Peyton Barker, Casson Wiles, Grace Adamson, Braxton Bowyard, Adley Lawson, Rayleigh Harris,
we're only going to keep back 2 this heat, but nonetheless, every single one of them did an exceptional job, and it's going to be tough to see them come back out here and compete for the final drive, and I'm excited to see them. we get out here in our grand drive, there's a lot of really, really good showmen in here, and every single one of you should be proud for being pulled back, and every single one of you did a wonderful job. There's only going to be one of you guys left standing because I can only pick 5, but no, you were in contention with every single one of these showmen out here, whether you were grand or you were 6, and it could switch on any other day. You know, pigs want to be pigs, and sometimes they don't want to cooperate. But I'm going to start with my grand showman, and my grand and intermediate showman is going to be this young man right here in the pink. He did a wonderful job, and between him and reserve, it was just that he was just a little bit smoother in the way that he handles his whip, a little bit smoother in terms of the way he gets that pig moved around the ring. And when I looked between him and reserve, he was just there quite a little bit faster, and nonetheless, he gave me a better chest view. When I stepped behind that hog, he gave me more of a square view when I asked him to lead away from me. My reserve champion intermediate showman is going to be this young lady right here in the middle. She also did a wonderful job. She's probably more intense than the grand champion showman, and the only thing that I sorted between the two of them, she's just not quite as smooth, not quite as quiet when I'm evaluating them from the side. Both of them, though, did a wonderful, really, really good job. The third overall showman is going to be this young lady right here in the middle in the black. She in her class, I knew that she was going to be in contention for top 3. Super, super intense showman. Does a wonderful job of giving me every single view of that hog. The others just beat her into it and finding that hole and giving me that view from the side. Fourth overall showman is going to be this young lady right here in the green. She also did a wonderful job, and I know her barrow is getting a little bit hot out here. You can hear him panting, and the longer he's out here, the less he wants to cooperate, but she did a wonderful job of sticking with it. Fifth overall showman is going to be this young lady right here in the purple. She also did a wonderful job moving that big gilt around, and this gilt's a little bit harder to show because of the way she handles her hind legs, but she did a great job of giving me good views of her, and that's why she ended up rounding out the top 5. 6th place is the young lady in the pink, and commends to her. That gilt is not wanting to cooperate, but I really appreciate how light she is with the whip, and when she did give me a good look from the side, she did it really well. Congratulations to every single one of you. You guys deserve it.
In your junior showmanship, your champion went to Garion Lawson. Reserved, Amalie Wasinski.
What's this group
Third,
names at?
Mallory Locke. Fourth,
They're all
Kaylee Fike. Fifth, Adley Lawson. And 6th, Grace Adamson.
So, what do you?
We now have our Pee Wee
Class
showmanship,
show,
and we're looking for the
ALYS.
following individuals.
Way up.
Weston Rosenberger,
Do you know what number it is?
Tucker Rosenberger,
So I have to,
Meredith Fike, Hunter Wiles, Brent Locke, Gabe Detweiler, James Kinsey,
what's that?
Ariella Harris,
Yeah, they said you're.
Olivia Marple,
I thought it was.
Marley Calhoun.
He's
Well, every single one of these Pee-wee exhibitors are doing a great job, and some of them are a little enthusiastic about being out here. Unfortunately, I can only pick 5 of you guys. I wish every single one of you could win, because every single one of you should win, but my grand champion is going to be this young man right here. He did a great job, and he's can only improve up from here. Congratulations to him. Reserve is going to be this young man right here in the middle with this belted barrel. He also did a wonderful job. And same thing, they can only improve from up here, and so I hope they learn from these experiences. Third overall is going to be the young man right here, the mostly white barrow. Congratulations to him. He also did a wonderful job. And fourth overall is going to go to, where did she go? The young lady right here in the green. She did a great job. Probably uses her whip a little bit heavy. Nonetheless, she's also doing a great job. Love her intensity. Fifth overall is going to be this young man right here with this big barrel. Every single one of you guys did a wonderful job, and I hope you guys learn from this experience. Congratulations.
In our Pee-wee Showmanship, your champion was exhibited by Gabe Detweiler. Reserve was exhibited by Weston Rosenberger. Third by Tucker Rosenberger. Fourth by Meredith Fike. Fifth by James Kinsey. Now we need the individual winners, just the youth, with your banners in each division, champion and reserve, to come back in for your pictures. As soon as we shoot those pictures, we're moving right into the Market Hog Show. Individual winners in each one of our showmanships, champion and reserve. Please come into the backdrop for your pictures. We now go into our Market Hog Show. This will be Class 1, lightweight Market Hogs. We have 2 entries from Grayson Barker, Kaylin Barker, 2 from Peyton Barker, and 1 from Bristol Riley.
we get Class 1 started out here in the Market Hogs, and I'm going to use this young man's barrow to win. I love this thing from the side, and it only goes upwards from here. This one wins because this one offers the most complete look from the side. You step in behind this barrow, and he's cracked open out of his hip, wider and stouter across his blade. You ask him to move, and as he plants and pushes away from you, he's the squarest and true. They're right there out of the ground. The one that comes in second is this one right here, and nonetheless, when you get behind this gilt, this one's stout, this one's powerful, this one's super stout across her blade and right there out of her hip. Probably just a little bit more rigid in terms of the way if she utilizes her hind leg. Love the way that this one is right there out of her chest floor. She tracks away true and square, especially when she comes at you, compared to the one ahead of her. Probably just doesn't tie it all in together from the side. The one that comes in third is this young lady's gilt right here, and same thing goes. This one's also super stout in her hip. This one's also extremely attractive from the side. Clean right there out of her jowl. It's just this one's the frailer featured of the pair of the two ahead of her. She's a little bit straighter there out of her hock. Kind of wants to be more mechanical in terms of the way if she utilizes her hip and hind leg. The one that comes next is this young lady's spotted up barrow, and this one's also super stout. When you step in behind this one, he probably wants to roll right there out of his hip, wants to duck off a little. Love the way this one's shaped right there out of his skull. Super stout featured one that comes next. The one that comes next is this young man's right here, and this one also offers an attractive look from the side. It's when you get on top of him. This one's a little bit flatter in terms of his muscle shape. In terms of her muscle shape, a little bit flatter in terms of her rib cage. I'd like to open her up and make her more cracked open there right out of her chest floor. Nonetheless, still a good class.
Now we have in the ring class number 2 in our lightweight division. Alexi Dodge, Allison Owens, Emily Anna Padilla, Kaylin Barker, Grace Adamson with 2 entries.
here in the second class, and I'm going to use this young man's gilt to win. This one's just overpowering the rest of the pigs in this class in terms of muscle shape and stoutness from behind. And then you watch as this gilt travels toward you, and she's cracked open there out of her chest core, wide across her blade. And this is the biggest footed, stoutest featured one. And good congratulations to you on getting the skin and hide coat quality on this one. Still remains clean there right out of her jowl. The one that comes in two kind of had lower in the class, but she kind of grows on you. The more that she maneuvers this bear out here. No, he's probably not just quite as correct as the one ahead of him in terms of the way that he utilizes his hind leg. Probably a little bit more throaty there in terms of his jowl, and not quite as stout as the one ahead of him. But it's the look from the side that gets him in two. I love how deep and soggy this barrow is. Still has plenty of meat and muscle right on the top side of his skeleton. Now the one that comes next is this young lady's solid white gilt here. And this one is super muscular. Love the stoutness of features on this one. This is a big-footed, big bone gilt. Offers a cool look from the side compared to the one ahead of her. She's just a little bit shallow there, right there out of her underline. Still super stout there across her hip as you get behind them. Congratulations. And the one that comes next is this bigger, stouter featured gilt. Love the way that this one utilizes in motion when you ask this one to drive away from you. Super stout, cracked open kind of a gilt, very up-headed. It's just compared to the one ahead of her. She was a little bit flatter there in terms of her side, a little bit rounder there, right there out of her hip. The one that comes in next is this blue-bodied kind of a barrow. This one offers a cool look from the side. It's just you get behind them, and this is the flattest in his muscle shape, the frailest in terms of his feature, more compact in his makeup. The one that rounds out the class, this young lady in the green shirt's gilt. This one is just a little bit frailer compared to the one ahead of her. You can make this one deeper in terms of the center body cavity, make this one more amped up in terms of her power, especially as you're asking her to drive away from you. Congratulations.
We now go on to our third class in our lightweight division. Allison Owens, Taylor McNair, Sadie Rosenberger, Brogan Feck, Eli Riley, Emily Feck, Meredith Meredith Pike.
and use this one right here to win the class. And it's just in terms of stoutness and power and look from the side. This one balances it up the most complete. Probably wants to get a little outside of the skeleton as you ask him to play and push away from you. Nonetheless, offers the most complete look from the side. The one that comes in too, this one's super stout and powerful. You step in behind this one and she's extremely stout out of her hip, carries that all the way down to her ham loin junction, cracked open on the top side of her blade. It's just as you ask her to lead away from you, this one wants to roll there right on the outside hook compared to the one ahead of her. Nonetheless, still a good one to come in second. The one that comes in third offers a cool look from the side. It's just compared to the ones ahead of him. This one's a little bit flatter there in terms of its forerib, a little bit frailer there right there out of his hock and pastern. Still offers you a good look from the side, clean from his jowl. The one that comes in fourth is a big, burly kind of a hog, probably the longest haired one of the class. Still a little bit flatter there in terms of muscle shape. Wants to be a little bit more stiff and rigid out of his hock as you ask him to move away from you. The one that comes in fifth, same thing kind of goes for the last ones that are rounding out the class. We just need to make these ones a little bit more stouter, a little bit more powerful. Like to see them a little bit squarer and truer to the ground as they go.
We will now go in to pick our championship out of this class of lightweights. Returning for the final drive, we have Grayson Barker, Kaylin Barker, Emiliana Padilla, Kaylin Barker with the second entry, Brogan Beck, and Eli Riley. This will be the ones that are competing in our champion drive.
We get out here in our lightweight division drive, and every single one of these hogs is exceptional. The one I'm going to go ahead and use to win is this young man's right here, belted gilt. And I kind of stated in class that this one was the most powerful, and she just simply outpowers the ones out here in the class. Really, really cool right there out of her front end, super up-headed, and then you get back behind her, and she's has so much shape to the top side of her skeleton, extremely explosive. Love the way that one's put together. For my reserve division, it's going to be this young man right here with this Class 1 barrow. Same thing goes for this one. This one has a world of future in him, and congratulations to him. I'm going to go ahead and use that second place for third overall weight. I'm going to go ahead and use this white blue-headed barrow for fourth. Young lady, you're going to be fifth.
In our lightweight market hogs, your champion went to Emiliana Padilla. He was your grind. Reserve goes to Grayson Barker. Third went to Kaylin Barker. Fourth goes to Brogan Feck. And fifth went to Kaylin Barker. That is your lightweight division class. We will now move into medium weights, and our class 4 is the first class of medium weights. Adley Lawson, Joella Widman, Kayla Fike, Sadie Rosenberger, Paige Bash,
use this spotted up barrow to win. This one just has a ultra cool look from the side, and of the class, this one is the most comfortable in terms of the way it utilizes his hind leg. Probably not the most correct there out of his pastern, but of the class, he's the most flexible in terms of the way he utilizes his hind leg. You get on top of him, and he's still wide, still cracked open there right all across his back. Plenty of shape to his top, and still stout and square there out of his hip. Love the look he gives from the side. Going into this one probably could win the class any of the day, and we just need to make this one more correct in terms of the way he utilizes his hind leg. He's a little straight there, more mechanical out of his hind leg, and kind of wants to get outside of his skeleton the longer that he's out here. And I know that comes into play because it's a little bit hotter compared to the ones in this class, but that one's ultra cool in terms of his front end right there out of his skull, and he's super stout and powerful, especially right there out of his chest floor. The one that comes next, this one's probably the heaviest muscle one of the class. This one's as you watch this one come towards you, this one is just extremely opened up and stout right there out of her chest floor. It's just compared to the ones ahead of her. She's a little bit flatter and fuller there, right there out of her center body. Like to give her some more depth right there out of that center portion of her body cavity. But then, man, this one is super opened up and stout as you get behind her. I love the look that she gives from the side. Just need to make that one a little bit deeper body. The one that comes next, this one's also a stout and powerful hog. Probably runs into the one that ahead of him, just gets simply outpowered. This one's a little bit frailer and flatter there out of his forerib, and then as you watch this one come towards you, he wants to funnel to the surface, get a little bit narrow there at the ground. The one that comes next. The one that rounds out the class. This one also offers a cool look from the side. Love how up-headed and ultra cool this one is right there out of her skull. You just need, this one's a little bit flatter body. You need to make this one a little bit more opened up and powerful there right there out of her hip, especially there out of her muscle right there out of the ham-loin junction. You need to make this one more opened up there at the ground.
Returning out of that class, coming back later, will be Sadie Rosenberg and Kayla Fight. We now go into our class 5. There are medium weights. We have Tucker Rosenberg, Hunter Wiles, Gary and Lawson, Weston Rosenberg, Cassim Wiles, Nathan Mordanowitz.
class out here with this belted Hampshire appearing barrow. And this one kind of came out the gates running with the wind. He came out, and as soon as he turned from the side, I was like, this is going to take a good one to beat this one. And this thing is so opened up right there out of his chest floor. Super stout there and square out of his hip. Super stout featured there and big in terms of his foot size and bone. Probably a little bit more compact there right there out of his front end and out of his chest and jowl, but nonetheless still a really good class winner. The one that comes in too, this one's also super stout from the hip, and that's why this one lands in second. Super stout and square when you get there right on the top side of his skeleton. Still travels true and square as he goes away from you. And the only reason this one goes in two is because he can make this one just a little bit square and level there, right there out of his hip, especially when you see him from the side. The one that comes next, still, this one is right there with the top trio. This one's super stout and square there, right out of his hip. This one's also clean there, right out of his jowl, offers an attractive look from the side. The one that comes in four is still also stout and square. We just need to make this one a little bit squarer there and truer as he travels away from you. He wants to funnel to the surface as you watch him come to you as well. The one that comes next, this young man does a good job driving this one. We just need to see this one travel a little bit square there as he travels away from you. He wants to get outside of the skeleton, wants to get there up there in his top just ever so slightly, and not as attractive look from the side. Same thing goes for the one that rounds out the class. This one's just the frailer, flatter made one of the class. Need to power this one up in terms of muscle shape or the top side of the skeleton. And nonetheless, still a great class. Congratulations.
Okay, we have returning out of Class 5, Nathan Fernandowitz and Garion Lawson. Now we have in the ring our Class 6 intermediate weights. We're looking at Tucker Rosenberger, Garion Lawson, Weston Rosenberger, Rayleigh Harris, Gabe Detweiler, Mallory Lack.
to start this class off with this belted barrow, and this one, between the top pair, I had a little bit more trouble, but this one just kind of grows on you, and this one wins because this one reaches with more flex and comfort there right out of her hock. A little bit more correct in terms of the way he utilizes his loin compared to the 1 and 2. And then this one just puts it all in a good package with plenty of stoutness and power and a cool look from the side. Nice one to start the class. The one that comes in 2, this one's just opened up and ripped in terms of skeleton and muscle. This one's the heaviest muscle and has the most muscle shape there right out of the ham-loin junction, right across the top side of her blade and top side of her skeleton there over her loin. This one's just a little bit piecier in terms of the way she utilizes her loin when in motion. A little bit softer there in terms of her pasterns on both ends of her skeleton. A little bit wastier there in terms of her jowl. And nonetheless, still a good top pair for the ones that come in first and second. The one that comes next, this one offers a cool look from the side. This is a big opened up type barrow that's big and stout featured from the ground. And this one just is a little bit flatter in terms of his muscle shape from behind, a little bit narrow there out of his hip compared to the ones ahead of him. It's still a great barrow to come in third. The one that comes in next, this one's also opened up in terms of his skeleton, a little bit flatter there out of his forerib, and a little bit wants to funnel to the surface as you ask him to lead away from you. The one that comes next, this one's super cool in terms of his front end, really open and extended there out of his head and his skull. Wants to get a little bit stiffer there and more rigid out of his hock when you ask him to lead. Wants to ground out of his hip ever so slightly. The one that rounds out the class is this young man's solid white gilt right here. This one's a super long-sided, long-bodied type of a hog. This one, though, compared to the ones ahead of him, simply gets outpowered, wants to round her out of her hip, gets a little bit flatter there in terms of her forerib and her muscle shape. Needs to open her up in terms of her skeleton and power to put her any higher in the class today. Nonetheless, a really good class with a really, really cool class winner. Congratulations to you.
In our Class 6, we'll have returning Mallory Lack and Garion Lawson. We'll now bring our top class winners back in. We should be looking for Sadie Rosenberger, Nathan Bernanowitz, and Mallory Locke.
As we get out here in our medium weights, there's one that kind of just stuck and grabbed the win and ran with it the moment they stepped in the ring, and that's going to be this young lady right here in the middle. Congratulations to you, a very nice hog. Reserve in this division is going to be this young man's gilt back here in the back. This one's just super opened up and powerful in terms of her skeleton. Third overall is going to go this young man's felted barrel right here. Fourth overall is going to go to this young lady's barrel right here. Fifth overall is going to go to this blue butt barrel right here. Congratulations.
Right through the door. Oh, it's a match, but he's still, I think, they're turning. It's usually Kevin and, is it Nick, Bolt. Because we help clean off.
The results in your middleweight, your champion was exhibited by Mallory Locke. Your reserve was exhibited by Gary Lawson. Third, by Nathan Bernanowitz. Fourth, by Sadie Rosenberger. And fifth, by Gary Lawson. That completes our middleweights. We now are moving in to our heavyweight classes. We're looking at Peyton Edwards, Malai Vasinski, Sammy Joe Heyman, Braxton Bowyard, Carly Detweiler, Jace Vasinski, Carrie Engel. We'd like to once again remind you of our sponsors, or Plattman sponsors, which is the Preston County Livestock Association, Quality Fiber to Home, Mountain Digital Hometown TV, Affordable Signs Unlimited, J&K Livestock, Titan Roofing, Nicholas Enterprises LLC, Wagner Septic Service, Insurance Centers Incorporated, Grant County Mulch, LaBruce HA, White House Cattle, Peyton Cattle, Stone Farms, Lowe's of Oakland, Grace Landscaping LLC. These are our platinum sponsors. When you're out there and you have a chance to support them, we please ask you to do that. Exhibitors, when you come into the ring, you need to have your numbers on, your correct numbers, because that's the way we're identifying is by your numbers. So we get the right person to the right animal.
We're going to start the class off with this super cool looking barrel from the side. This one offers an extremely attractive look, especially right there out of his jowl. And to top it off, this thing's as big-footed and as stout and as hairy as you can make one. You watch this one track away from you, and this is the squarest and the truest in terms of way he utilizes himself in motion, and that's what sorts him to the top for me. Congratulations to you. The one that comes in too, this one's also cool from the side. This one's extremely cracked open there out of his chest floor. Probably just as nice of a hair coat as the one that tops the class. It's just when you ask this one to leave. This one's not quite as correct as the way he handles his hind leg in motion as the class winner. Still, this one's extremely stout and square over the top side of the skeleton. Just need to correct him in the way he utilizes his hind leg in motion in order to put him over that class winner. The one that comes next, this one's ultra cool from the side, and I wish he had a better hind leg on him because he could push the second place in class winner in terms of taking their spots, but we just need to make this one more correct in terms of the way he utilizes his hind leg. He's a little more upright and rigid there in terms of his posture and the angle to his hock. Nonetheless, still a super stout and burly kind of a barrel to come in third. The one that comes next, this one is a super long-bodied, super cool-looking barrel from the side. This one's just a little bit flatter there in terms of his forearm, a little bit flatter there in terms of his forerib compared to the ones ahead of him, and not as cool and attractive look right there out of his hip and hind leg. The one that comes next, this one's also got some cool parts and pieces to her. I just wish this one was a little bit deeper out of the center portion of her body cavity to be any higher in the class today. The one that comes next also offers a cool look from the side. It's just when you step in behind him. This one's a little bit frailer there out of the top side of his skeleton. Wants to round there out of his hip and gets a little bit flatter there in terms of his muscle shape. The one that rounds out the class is this young lady's blue gilt. And this one, I don't know if he's got an injury or something, but he wants to roll and really tender there out of his left hind leg. But this one's, when you step in behind him, this one's ultra stout. This one's ultra powerful. Just not quite stepping there out of that hind leg quite like we'd like to see him today. But nonetheless, still a good class with an awesome class winner. Congratulations.
Returning out of our Class 7 heavyweights, you have Sammy Joe Heyman and Carrie Engel. We'll go to Class 8 in our heavyweight animals. We're looking for Christopher Engel, Braxton Bowyer, Eli Baker, Krista Rinker, Maddie Engel, continue with our sponsors that we would like you to help support. In our gold sponsorship, we have ACE Aggregates, GEC Incorporated, Polis Seal Coating, LLC, Transova Genetics, Preston Contractors Incorporated, Clear Mountain Bank, Stone Backflow Services, LEC Farm and Garden Market, Farm Credit of the Virginias, Anderson Excavating, Modern Homestead, Senator Randy Smith, Senator Jay Taylor, Dyer Tent Services, Preston County FFA Alumni, Lennox Louisville Workers 4-H Club, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing, DC Farm, Charm Flower Farm, Peasley Family Farm, Foreman Livestock, Dean Farms. These are our gold sponsors. If you buy these places and can help them out with their business, we would appreciate it. The silver sponsors are Westmar Angus, Jennings Excavating, Wade Mayfield Memorial Fund. The Friends of Ag sponsors are Preston County Farm Bureau, Maloney and Associates, PLLC, Phillips Livestock, Hopping Acres, Signs Family Farm.
We're going to go ahead and start the class off with this mostly white Vero to win. And this one is just super, super powerful and super dense in terms of his bone work and his footwork. And then he's got a good hair coat to cherry on top, and that's probably why he looks a little bit more opened up in the top side of the skeleton. But when you look past that, he is a little bit wider there and stouter there across the top side of his blade. Big-footed, big stouted barrel to win, and you step behind him, and this one's just a little bit more opened up in terms of stoutness there out of his hip. Offers a super cool up-headed look from the side. This one wins the class for me. The one that comes in too. This one's super cool to look at from the side. This one's got a big, burly, dense hind leg laid into her. This one, though, when you get on top of them, this one's just a little bit flatter there, right there out of the top side of her skeleton. A little bit narrow there, right there out of her loin compared to the one ahead of her. But man, this one's got some cool parts and pieces that I think will only get better with time. The one that comes in next, this one would push the first and second place winner. If this one was just a little bit better there in terms of her structure, in terms of the way that she handles herself when she's coming towards you right there out of her chest floor. This one still offers a cool look from the side, and that's why she put in the third hole, because of the cool pieces that she does have. Just need to make sure that get this one structured just a little bit more correct. The one that comes in next, this one's a good practical kind of a market hog. This one, though, just simply gets outpowered compared to the ones ahead of him. A little bit more wasty there, right there out of his jowl. A little bit more compact in terms of his front end. And you need to make him a little bit leveler right there out of his hip. The one that rounds out the class simply just gets outpowered. This one also wants to get a little bit more rigid and more mechanical in terms of the way she utilizes her hind leg in motion. I need to free this one up there, right there out of the front end of her skeleton to move up any higher. Nonetheless, still a good one to round out the class. Congratulations to you.
Yes, yeah.
We have returning out of class 8 in our heavyweights, Maddie Engel and Christopher Engel. And I'll go into class 9. We have Nathan Bernanowitz, Cole Blosser, Lindy Wagner, Emiliana Padilla, Eliza Kinsey,
No, this is 9.
Preston's right in this building, isn't it?
Yeah. What? That's a class move up.
going to start the class off with the mostly white barrow to win. This one is the most dense, most burly in terms of his foot and his bone work. This one's super stout when you get behind him.
They did.
This one's super cool. It has an up-headed look to him. When you get him in motion, he's probably not the most correct in terms of the way he's handled the loin, and that's where I'd like to change him. But of the pair, this one offers the most stoutness and power in what we're looking for in a marked animal. The one that comes in two, this one offers a complete look from the side. Love the way this one's attached in terms of his neck and his shoulder. This one's super stout and square there out of his front end, and as he tracks away from you, this one just gets outpowered, and this one's a little bit flatter there, right there over his forerib, a little bit shallower in his body compared to the one that wins. The one that comes next, this one's also got some cool parts and pieces to him. This one, though, just same thing goes. He's a little bit more rigid in his hock, a little bit more mechanical in terms of the way he utilizes his hind leg. And as he plants and pushes away from you, he really, really wants to kind of hawk in there as he goes away. The one that comes next. This one offers a cool look from the side. He's just a little bit rounder there out of his hip, wants to get outside of himself and his skeletons as he travels away from you. And the one that comes next, this one's a good practical market hog, offers some cool pieces. We just need to make this one a little bit deeper there out of his center body cavity, make this one cleaner right there over his underline. Nonetheless, a good hog to round out the class. Congratulations.
The results on your Class 9 heavyweights, Emiliana Padilla first, will be coming back, and Cole Blosser will be coming back. We now have Class 10 coming into the ring, our last class in heavyweights. We're looking at Eliza Kinsey, Cole Blosser, Joella Woodman, Lindy Wagner, Emily Hammer. For those beef exhibitors, we wanted to give you a forewarning on your time. Your show for beef showmanship will begin at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. beef showmanship.
Bravo. Nice pig.
We're going to start the class off with this young lady's barrow here in the middle, and this one kind of came in the ring, and I had in my mind that this one was first, and it kind of stuck that way through the rest of the class because it's going to take a hard one to beat them, and the one in second is a really, really good. This one just puts everything in in so many unique pieces and then takes it to another level in terms of his stoutness and power. But what I really love most is the way that this one gets out and goes. He's so comfortable in terms of the way he utilizes his hind leg in motion as he tracks and plants away from you. And he's probably not the most correct when you get behind him in terms of the way he plants and pushes his hind leg away from you. But nonetheless, he still takes a big flexible step when he's on the motion. Good class winner to win. The one that comes in two, this one's also super opened up in terms of her chest floor. This one's ultra powerful and stout throughout of her hip and offers a cool look from the side. I love the way this one's put together in terms of her skull and right there out of her jowl. This one's probably of the pair, a little bit flairer there out of her bone work, a little bit flatter there in terms of her underline and from the side, but nonetheless, a really, really good one to come in second. The one that comes next, this one offers a cool look from the side. This one has some good parts and pieces. Same thing goes. This one's just a little bit shallower there out of the center portion of her body cavity. Wants to get a little bit more short step there as you ask her to go away from you. The one that comes next, this one also has some good parts and pieces to him. It's that when you get behind him, this one really wants to kind of get bowed out there in terms of his skeleton. Wants to round there out of his hip. And then the one that rounds out the class, this one's a good practical market hog. This one, though, is just a little bit more compact in terms of the way he utilizes his hip and hind leg. A little bit more compact there from the side and right there out of his front end. A good one to round out the class. Congratulations.
It's a lot louder. Kind of weird.
Returning back, the Class 10 in the heavyweights, you'll have Emily Hammer and Joella Whitman. We now have in the ring your class winners, your championship. You should have Carrie Engel, Maddie Engel, Emiliana Padella, and Emily Hammer. Correction, your class winner in 7 is Sammy Jo Heyman.
As we get out here into our heavyweight division drive, and there's a really good set of 4 hogs that are out here. There's one that just kind of keeps gravitating towards me the more and more that I look at him, and that's where I just got to go with my gut, go ahead and pick him and say that's the best one, and that one's going to be this young lady's bear right here.
I shouldn't put the hair in. Thing is so awesome. I don't like not shaving it. I think they look stupid. I prefer them shaved clean.
We were talking about that earlier. With the cattle, I like them. Make them slick.
Yeah. The only thing with mine, I hate when you shave their heads. It looks so weird.
Does it?
Yeah, because they have all that hair on top of their heads, and I don't like it. I like playing with that. I can't.
Yeah.
Reserve in that division is going to come out of the heavyweight last class. That's going to be this young lady right here. I'm going to follow through with the one right behind her for third overall.
That really hurt. Yes, you do. They look like they're trying to set them up like you would a daily steer. I've never seen this. My paper definitely fell. I don't. I wonder if it's just so that they have control over the bear. But still, this isn't showmanship anymore. So that doesn't make as much sense as it would if it were showman.
This barrel right here is going to be fourth.
I am too. I don't know why that.
This gilt's going to be fifth.
They added so many of them, and then she didn't even judge them.
What is she?
I don't. Oh, she got first.
She got first, so the rest of them.
I think they'll have more classes come in.
Oh, like here.
Yeah, I think they're doing little ones all up against each other now for the final going to. I think they're on it now.
In your heavyweight division, your grand went to Sammy Joe Heyman. Your reserve went to Emily Hammer. Your third went to Joella Whitman. Fourth to Maddie Engel. And fifth to Christopher Engel. We now have in the ring. We're going for the overall. You should have Emiliana Padilla. Sammy Joe Heyman, and Mallory Locke.
Well, we get out here in our Market Hog Grand Drive, and there's 3 exceptional representatives of each of their divisions, and there's one that I kind of gravitated towards, and they came in the ring, and I knew it was going to take a really, really good one to beat them. And this one's just highly presented, a big, stout, opened up barrel. That's what we look for in a market hog, and we need him to be big and burly, but most importantly, we still need him to move and to be able to grab the ground and go nice and flexible. And there's one that does that for me, and that's going to be this young lady right here in the middle. Congratulations.
Chrissy and I were talking about the same thing. We couldn't quite figure anything out.
For reserve, there's another one that I like just in terms of being comfortable and flexible on the move while still being plenty stout and powerful. We're going to follow through with reserve in that division.
They're painting it up again, which makes no sense.
Third overall is going to be the one that follows right behind that. This gilt really has some cool parts and pieces, and I see a bright future for her.
To brought the hair on back.
I don't like that one.
It would look much better if it was shaved.
I like this white barrow to be next for 4th overall. Fifth overall is going to be the one that follows right behind. It's going to be this spotted up gilt. Congrats.
In your Market Hog overall champion, it went to Sammy Joe Heyman. Your champion, your reserve was Emily Hammer. Third was Joelle Engel. Fourth was Maddie Engel. And fifth was Christopher Engel. Oh, I'm sorry. Joella Widman. My mistake.
fence there. We'll only be using your, these stay.
for this? It's all for the glory. And to smell like poo. I appreciate you. I told James there was no way. Not with this week of work and... He's like, I need jeans. I'm like, well, I can't be down there if you need jeans. How you doing, honey?
Good, and you?
I'm good. I saw your oldest. Not your oldest. Your next oldest.
Kaylin?
Yes. She's got the cutest shirt on.
We will show Heifer steers. Alright, and then you will be the AOB person.
I brought my husband his gout medicine and a water, and I got out of my car and started walking down here, and he drove off. Knowing that I was coming.
Oh, that's okay.
I love men. How's the business?
It's business.
Still don't have anybody to help you out?
Well, sort of. This past week, we hired a helper essentially, but he was learning HVAC. And his wife came in and helped with the kids this past week because Kaylin was at camp. She volunteered for young.
Oh yeah, Emma was at camp.
So
You were like,
like nobody.
God bless you, honey.
So I looked at Chance, his name. I said, "Hey, is your wife baby?" He goes, "No, she has to sit at home because her job is seasonal anyways." And I said, "Don't you mind coming in and helping out?"
That's
And
huge.
she honestly looked at me and she's like,
I'm telling you, with two
because
and just a job, I don't know how you do it because two is hard enough. I couldn't imagine two without a job, let alone all the littles.
she got to see what I do on a daily basis.
Oh, with work too, yeah.
She goes, "Oh my gosh," she goes,
Because you're power woman.
you need to have one of those people that come in and hook you to an IV constantly.
Yeah.
I didn't make it to younger kid camp to pick up my kids because of the bullshit. Because I got a phone call from a repo man, and I'm like, "Are you calling a repo or something?" And he said, "Well, a truck." And I said, "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." And then you come find out Greg's mom hasn't paid 4 months of a fucking work van. 4 months.
So on top of all that, you're fighting all that.
I had to fight all that shit.
Oh my God, that would
And
make me
I
panic.
literally went to her and I said, "You need to do better with your communication skills." And then, so on
Yeah,
top
because
of
you said
that,
she's just been dropping stuff left and right.
and then on top of that, Friday, I took Greg to the emergency room.
Oh God, is it okay?
It's being blood.
Oh Jesus, that's bad. Dehydrated? Or
So the next day, he's sick. Well, it was weird because it happened Thursday. So I sent him and the helper up on the roof for a pre-barn PA because they had no AC. And no wonder the damn coils are so fucking disgusting, and whoever's supposed to do maintenance up there has not been doing very good maintenance. But anyways,
Typical.
I took and so Thursday they went back up, and I'm like, okay, and then
A bottle of water? You might as well. I don't want to carry both of them.
he took another step to me Thursday. He goes, "I am not working Friday." I said, "I will tell you." I said, "If you want to be a manager of this company or own this company, you don't get days off." I said, "I don't know what the fuck to tell you."
No, because it's 10 times harder than working for somebody else.
Thanks. For what? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. I had to chase a stupid hog. We didn't do great.
You made it through. You did great. You're still upright. You did great.
But I didn't get back to the office until 4 something on Friday morning because I'm driving from down there, leaving whatever time I get down there, and heading home to take care of animals.
Oh yeah, 'cause
I think at this point our kids are not going to wait because of this. So I'm up there. I'm up there. Of course, I have a habit. I will swing by Walmart parking lot and park in there and take a nap. I get back to the office and I go in there because Greg's being typical Greg. So I went in there and started picking around him at 5 o'clock in the morning. He goes, He goes, don't. He goes, I don't feel
you
good.
got
He goes,
tall.
He goes, you can't push on my bladder. And I said, what? He goes, I can't lift. disgusting. Because I have no control of anything.
Oh, that's an infection then. Yeah.
And I'm like, huh. Great. I was like, why do you go to the emergency room? He goes, I don't think I can drive myself. And I said, why? He said,
Why did you wait this long?
why didn't you say, hey, I need you to come here and get me and take me to the emergency room a lot sooner than waiting until now until I get back? I said, because you know I stop on the road sometimes today.
Mm-hmm.
Because I need that little 30
Well,
power.
if you don't, you're going to end up wrecking.
So,
How was camp? Good. Oh my goodness, you even sound deep. Sound like a man.
she was a man.
You're big?
No, he
Oh. At camp or here? That's because he's independent.
I was talking to my friend, his little brother wanted to come see me too, so I went.
Okay, but that's fine, but that's one thing.
And I
But
had
you
to
know
take
what?
him back up and grab my show shirt and come back down.
But you could have said, hey, this is where I'm going. Hey, this is where I'm going.
Life
I've been
lesson.
here the whole time.
Communication.
So, anyways, so and then Kaylin, her leg is swollen because where she hit the bunk, I guess with her knee,
Oh.
she was climbing on the top bunk and then slid and busted her knee. There's fluids apparently sitting down there. So her freaking leg is swollen, and I'm like, I had to take her to the freaking clinic. By the time I got done, I took her to the emergency room, and I'm telling you, there was nobody there. That emergency room.
Is it
You
Mon
guys,
or
hey, you guys go out there and start cleaning up your guys' stuff now and gathering it up.
is that Mon or Ruby? Oh yeah, I've heard they'll just sit you in their waiting room forever.
So, I had taken, and I got back there, I don't know, it was probably 1, because I had to leave, because I had to run to the bank, go pull cash out, run to Walmart to go pay for that fucking refund.
Oh, because you have to pay that now. If not, they're taking it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I had to go do all of that shit. So, then
So you can't even trust her to do that now.
I'm losing my shit.
I don't know how you kept your shit this long.
So I took and I did all that crap. Ended up going to get Kingwood. Got it back there. And then he was still sitting in the same spot I left him. He went to the front desk and said, Dr. Smith, this is been sitting there since Friday. I said, I'm going to this morning. This was happening. He can be going to officer King
Or he could be doing separate things.
So I am not fucking playing games. I said, this
Wait a minute, you just had a different shirt on, cutie.
I was like, this was she. I said, I was like, this place, I said, was dead on 5 a.m. And she told me, no. She goes, no, it's been busy. I said, you fucking full of shit, bitch, because I've been sitting.
What's that?
Having stuff on me.
What do you mean you messed up?
That look kind of crooked.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When you do this, is it straight?
No.
I can't tell. Because like some of my fingers are crooked. And when I'm like this, they look crooked. But then when you do this, they don't.
I'm not sure.
So you do them yourself. You're pretty, right? Except I would call somebody's eyes out accidentally.
I didn't do it on purpose. I said it was an accident.
Oh. That's kind of weird. But I did message my one supervisor and said, listen, I'm here for the Monday. I don't know. They pushed me too far on Monday. It would be hard. But I can't. I'm doing my supervisor's job
Why are you doing your supervisor's job?
because he left and they haven't opened up the position. Plus, I'm doing more that people won't do. I'm working off the clock. And I'm getting shit. I'm done going above and beyond. It either gets done or it doesn't. I've asked for help. I've asked for consultants. They won't give me anything. I have paving jobs in 6 counties. Some garbage going in here and one guy to cover. Tell me how that's going to work. And then they complain that it's not done exactly right. It's because you can only spot check. And I'm doing them too, which I'm not supposed to be. It's just, it's ridiculous. No, but maintenance. And other people would promote, and I'm done with it.
I didn't lock the truck.
but I don't know. I even remember last time I wore C-shirt pants
I'm more comfortable in one, but
because I'm done.
Oh, my dad's calling.
no, that's her dad called me. Oh, she's got a fancy watch on her. What's he want? What does he want? Okay. What you got, a medicine? We'll put it in my pocket.
Here's something for you. And it's really hard. You want me to take his medicine then? Yeah, that's
I'll
what
take it.
No, I want to.
No, I need to put it back in my... Yeah, that's not...
I'm going to.
Say, see you.
Did you do good?
Yes, she did alright.
You know,
Okay, we're about ready to get started here shortly. We're going to start out with our senior showmanship. As soon as we get everybody here, give us a minute or two, we'll be ready to go. We're now ready to start with our cattle showmanship. We're going to start with our seniors. For senior showmanship, we should have coming in the ring Brady Signs, Fatima Padilla, Kenzie Shriver, Mackenzie Watts, Chelsea Stevenson, Lila Riley, Ty Jenkins. There's only one class of seniors.
we get out here in our senior showmanship, and there's only one class, so I have to pick. I was told to pick 4 of you guys for the champions, and I'm gonna kind of talk of what I like and what I see in this lineup, and then I'm gonna go the hands of your champions, and I'm gonna start from Grant all the way down to 4th. There's a few things for my champion. What sticks out? They came in the ring and it was lights out. There was no doubt in my mind that this showman was gonna win. They do everything right. They have slow and smooth with that animal. The way they utilize that show stick as a tool and not as a distraction. They know to get that animal's top down. They know how to jack the neck up on the top side of the skeleton of their animal, and then they sit back in their posture and they let the calf do the work from there. And then for reserve, I actually switched my 3rd in reserve at the end there, and that was just simply because the one who I had placed 3rd in reserve, their posture was very, very similar, but my 3rd place showman had their feet not quite as set up correctly every single time I went to go take a look. And that's why they ended up going 3rd instead of reserve. And there's one that goes in 3rd. An exceptional showman too. I just ended up flipping them because we didn't have the feet quite set up every time I went to go look at them. And I kind of waited a minute to give them a chance and see if they were going to circle them around and fix that mistake. Because I'd rather have your calf's feet at 80 and 90% than you sitting there and picking at those feet. But when there's a big difference of where that calf's front feet and back feet are set up and we're not noticing it, we need to go ahead and circle that calf around, because showmanship is about your ability to show off your animal. And we have to make sure that those feet are correct. And then 4th place showman does a nice job as well. Probably not as intense, probably not in terms of the way that they hold themselves, the posture I prefer, but they're quiet, they're calm, they're smooth and collected, and that's all we need to get the job done out here. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and shake your hand of your champion from grand all the way down to 4th. And congratulations to every single one of these showmen.
In our senior showmanship, your champion went to Fatima Padilla. Reserve went to Kenzie Shriver. 3rd to Mackenzie Watts. And 4th to Lila Riley. All right, now we're going to intermediate. We only have one class of intermediate. Nick Bernanowitz, Caden Powell, Lena C., Cody Titus, Caden Boyard, Laura Stemple.
there's only one class again of the intermediates, but every single one of these exhibitors is doing a great job. And again, I'm going to select 4, starting from grand all the way down to 4th. The one who wants grand in my mind is just the calmest and the smoothest in the way that they get that cast set up. There's nothing that they're doing that's extravagant or wild in terms of the way they hold themselves, the way they utilize the show stick, but they're calm and they're collected. And every time I got a look of the calf was set up, and they were standing back and making sure that I got a good look of that animal. The one that goes reserve for me, another showman that's also doing an exceptional job, probably didn't have the feet set up quite as quickly or quite as correctly as the one that I select for champion, and that's what sorts the two. And then the showman that I have in 3rd, another one that's doing an exceptional job. If we could just change the way that we are holding ourselves in our posture, we probably could move up to grand or reserve. You also do a great job. And the one that goes 4th, the same thing goes for you, calm, cool, and collected. Probably could change the way that we hold our show stick. And when we go to set that calf up, on set that calf up on the profile, but other than that, they do an awesome job as well. I'm going to go ahead and select your champion all the way down the 4th.
In the intermediate class for showmanship, your champion was Caden Boyard. Reserve was Lena C. 3rd was Cody Titus. 4th was Nick Bernanowitz. We now move into the juniors. We have 2 classes of juniors. Class 3, which will be coming into the ring, will be Claire Foley, Emma Stemple, Augustus Tedrow, Lane Jenkins, Sophie Uphold, Cameron Knotts.
going to go ahead and keep these two back here for the final drive. I don't excuse these guys on the rail. Every single one of you did a great job. These ones were just quicker and beat you to it in terms of setting their calf up, their legs correctly, and the way they utilize their show stick and hold the halter is what set them up. Congratulations.
He's going in the ring, please. About to beat his butt.
Returning out of class number 3 will be Emma Stemple and Carmen Knotts. We now have our second class of juniors, class 4. We're looking for Tori Hebner, Hunter Valentine, Callie Stemple, Malin Gibson, Charlie Hayes, Navy Crane.
We're gonna go ahead and keep these three back on my left for the final drive and excuse these three over here on the rail. Kudos to the young lady out here in the back with the little calf, because that calf calmed down right away after getting ran over, and she's doing a wonderful job, and now she has a smile on her face, so congratulations to her. Good job to both of you guys left out here on the rail. Just minor things that sort you between the other two ahead of them. And I'm excited to see the other two out here at the drive. Congratulations.
We have our Class 4 returning to the ring will be Hunter Valentine, Charlie Hayes, Navy Crane. Joining them will be Emma Stemple and Carmen Knotts. And this will be for your champion drive on your junior showmanship.
We're out here in the intermediate junior final drive, and every single one of these exhibitors is doing a great job, and some of them could probably push the intermediates and the seniors for champion, and that just shows the quality of the showmen that are out here. The one that I have in my mind for champion has done a consistent job all the way from the moment they were in their class all the way out here in the drive. I saw when that calf was moving their feet, and they made sure that they went ahead and fixed them right away. And I have no problem if your calf moves and I see you trying to fix the feet, because that shows me that you know that calf is not set up 100% and doesn't look its best, and you're trying to fix that, and that's what showmanship is all about. The one that goes in reserve for me, I love the posture that they have from the side. They get that calf's neck up and give her even more of a cool, cocky look from the side than she has. And then he gets down, and then they get down, and it's a stare down from there. And they're doing a wonderful job as well. The one that goes in third also goes, same thing goes for them. I actually prefer the way that they handle their show stick and their posture from the side than the one in reserve. But that calf is just not quite as set up every time I went ahead and looked at him from the side. And so that's why they ended up going in the third hole. Now, the one that goes fourth, love the way that this showman is smooth and calm and collected. Probably just got a little bit out of order there closer to the end of the drive. Calf was kind of hidden in the back, and I couldn't quite see them as well. And that's one thing we need to work on, is if you get hidden in a hole, circle your calf out and make sure that I can see the calf, because that's what showmanship is all about. And every single one of you guys did a wonderful job. I'm going to go ahead and select your grand champion all the way down to fourth.
In our junior division, your grand was exhibited by Carmen Knotts. The reserve was exhibited by Navy Crane. Third went to Charlie Hayes, and fourth went to Hunter Valentine. We need the reserve champion senior showman, individuals, back to the ring for pictures. We also need reserve intermediate. Lena C. Lena, we need you and your banner, please. We're now moving into the breeder heifer part of our show. Our first class is Angus breeding heifers. We're looking for Navy Crane and Charlie Hayes.
there's only one class of ALYS females, and there's a big age difference between the two, so you kind of have to weigh your options and see what the future looks like for the younger heifer in front. I'm going to go ahead and start the class off with the bigger heifer in the back of the class to win this particular breed division. It's just in terms of stoutness and power. I read her to be more stouter featured, more powerful heifer than the one ahead of her, and you kind of have to see what the muscle shape of this younger female looks like, and I read this one to have more when she's of this age. You step in behind this female, and she's extremely stout. She's opened up in her chest floor. You get off on the side of her, and she's still, for being a big, soggy, deep-centered female, she's clean about her head and her neck, right there out of her jugular, up there in her chest floor. And when he gets her parked off on the side, she still gives you a really cool look. You set this female in motion. She's still sound. She's attractive. Probably not. I would probably like to change the way she utilizes her hind leg ever so slightly. Right there, especially out of her toe, she steps on the ground, and nonetheless, this is a good female, plenty of stoutness and power. The one that comes in two of the younger heifer, this heifer is really cool from the side. I love her when he gets her set up and parked, and he brings her top down. She's extremely smooth and attractive there, right out of the top side of her shoulder. She's long and level there down her top. It's just of the two, and this is the lighter muscled, frailer heifer. When you step in behind her, she's flatter right there out of her muscle shape, out of her rear quarter. And you study her as she steps away, she doesn't track near as wide as the one ahead of her. And nevertheless, an attractive, cool-looking female from the side.
In the Angus breeding, your champion went to Charlie Hayes, reserved to Navy Crane. We're now going to the Hereford breeding heifer. We're looking for Isaiah Eish, Nick Bernanowitz, Isaiah Eish with a second entry.
I'm going to go ahead and start the class off with this Hereford heifer in the middle. This one is just the most powerful in terms of her muscle shape and expression over her top. The most powerful when you get down there right out of her muscle, a quarter, and you step in front of her, and she's the stoutest and the boldest from the top side of her skeleton. You ask her to move, and she's the soundest of the three. I love the way this female sets her pastern down into a soft, squishy pastern and still has the correct attractive angle to the side. And then on top of it, this is a highly presented female, still plenty clean there about her front 1/3, big and bold out of the center portion of her body cavity. The one that comes in too, this one's big and powerful and deep in her center portion of her body. You get on top of her and she's extremely robust in terms of her rib cage. If I could change this one, I'd like to change the way she handles her hip and hind leg when in motion, and that's why she goes in the second hole. She kind of wants to get narrow there, right there at the ground when you ask her to lead away from you. Nonetheless, still a good female. The one that rounds out the class, this is an extremely attractive female from the side, and with that, she gives up stoutness and power over the ones ahead of her. This is the narrowest base, flattest in terms of her muscle shape heifer of the class, but nonetheless, I love the extension that this heifer carries out of her front 1/3.
In Class 2, in our heifer breeding heifer class, Grand went to Isaiah Aish. Reserve also went to Isaiah Aish. And third went to Nick Bernanowitz. We're now going into Class 3 AOB breeding heifer, Aaron Shriver and Kenzie Shriver.
The lights are all still on. I thought maybe that got unplugged, but it's not.
Out here in the AOB female class and drive, I'm going to go ahead and use this black heifer on the end to win this particular division. This heifer offers an attractive look from the side. She's nice and clean there, right about her chest floor and right up to her front 1/3. She's long and she's level and she's extended. She's deep in the center portion of her body cavity. I'd probably like to change both of the way these females utilize their hind leg, but of the pair, this one's the boldest and the most robust in terms of her rib cage, with still plenty of shape to the top side of her skeleton. The Charolais appearing female in 2. This one's a big and stout and powerful female, and I love the look she gives from the side. She's clean and she's attractive, and she's long and level there out of her hip and deep in her center body. It's when you set her in motion, she wants to have a little extra set there out of her rear leg. Wants to duck her pins down because of that when you set her in motion. And of the 2, she probably just doesn't carry her neck quite high out of the top side of her shoulder compared to the one that wins, and that's why she goes in the second hole. But nonetheless, a good powerful female to round out the class.
Results on Class 3. Your champion was exhibited by Aaron Shriver. Reserve champion by Kenzie Shriver. Now going to Class 4, crossbred breeding heifer. We're looking for Malin Gibson, Carmen Knotts, Hunter Valentine, Chelsea Stevenson.
gonna go ahead and start the class off with this this bigger female of this division, and this one won the class hands down easily. She walked in the ring, and I knew there was another one that wasn't gonna beat her with what was in this class. This female, super attractive out of her front 1/3, super bold in terms of her rib cage, deep in her center body. You step in behind her, she's got plenty of stoutness and power, and I love the package she puts on the profile when you ask her to stop. She's probably not the biggest footed, biggest bone female that we've seen, but nonetheless, you ask her to move, and she's still super sound and attractive. I love the way she utilizes her hind leg. The shorthorn female that comes in too, this is a big and burly type female. Probably doesn't carry her neck just as high as the top side of her shoulder or have the cool look from the side like the one that beats her. But this one still has a complete package from the side. She's super clean and feminine still there out of her front 1/3, smooth in her shoulder and level down her hip. You set her in motion, and she's still plenty sound for me on the move. The one that comes in third is the red and white shorthorn marked calf, and this one is obviously the youngest one of the bunch, but I see a world of future in her. This one's big and bold in terms of her muscle shape, robust in terms of her rib cage and deep body, and I see this one to be heavier muscled and deeper bodied than the one that comes behind her, and that's why she goes third. Still plenty stout featured, big bone, and still feminine, and I see more future in her. The one that rounds out the class, this is also an attractive female from the side. This one's long, a level down her top, and you ask her to move, and she's still sound there out of her shoulder, probably a little bit more rigid in terms of the way she utilizes her hind leg. Like to make her softer there at her pastern, and most importantly, we need to deepen her up in terms of her center body cavity and make her have more shape to the top side of her skeleton, right there, right shoulder, but nonetheless, still a good female to round out the class.
In Class 4 breeding crossbred, your grand was exhibited by Carmen Knotts, reserve by Hunter Valentine, third was Malin Gibson, and fourth was Chelsea Stevens. We're now going to pick the overall champion. We'll bring our champions back in from each of the breeds. Should be getting back in Charlie Hayes, Isaiah Eish, Aaron Shriver, and Carmen Knotts.
We're out here in the overall grand drawing for all of the combined breeds, and I'm going to go ahead and select your champion. And the one that comes to my mind, there's two that sort themselves to the top. There's one that's extremely stout, extremely powerful, With that, she's probably not, doesn't handle her hind legs the way I'd quite like her to in motion. Then there's another one that's also extremely attractive from the side, a little bit frailer, but I look at them from the ground up, and that's where that one wins, is that's one more sound. She utilizes her hind leg more comfortably in motion, and that's where I have to emphasize, is these females have to be turned out, and they have to produce and be able to walk miles and miles on the pasture, and that's where that one's going to go ahead and sort herself to the top. She handles her hind leg just a little bit more comfortably on the go and still gives you an attractive look from the side. Your champion's going to be this young lady's heifer right here. The Shorthorn comes in for reserve and contention, and there's another one that I'm going to gravitate towards for reserve, and that's this young man's powerful female up here in the front. The young man's walking in with a reserve Angus in that division. He's going to go ahead and be third overall. Third overall is going to go ahead and go to this Hereford right here in the middle of the ring. I love the way this female's foot and hind leg is designed. Fifth overall is going to go to this black heifer right here out of the middle.
In the breeding heifer, your champion overall went to Karma Knotts. Reserve, Charlie Hayes. Third, Navy Crane. Fourth, Isaiah Eish. And fifth, Aaron Shriver. All right, now we'll start with our market steers. We're going to start our first class with AOB market steers. We're looking for Laura Stemple, Augustus Tedrow, Caden Boyard, Navy Crane.
We get out here and we start the market steers. I'm going to go ahead and use this young man's a big, burly, dense kind of a steer to win. And this is a big bone, big, stout, deep-bodied steer that I'm going to go ahead and use. And this calf, when he does get him set in the profile, and he's not wanting to cooperate with him right now, this calf gives you an awfully cool look from the side. He's big, and I love how deep in the center portion of his body cavity he is. He gets his neck up there. He's still plenty attractive there out of the front 1/3, and then you get him behind, and that's where he really wins this class. He's so stout and square out of his hip, super, super shapely on the top side of his skeleton. You ask him to lead, and he's the soundest calf of the class. The one that comes in too is this young man's black calf with the white underneath his belly, and this calf offers a cool look from the side. I love how attractive he is right there out of his front 1/3. I love how stout and powerful and big-footed and boned he is. I wish I could reconstruct him there right out of his hip and hind leg. Kind of wants to get a little bit flatter there, right out of his muscle shape, out of the backside of his skeleton. And that's where the one that comes in third, I think, has the advantage. This one has a complete look, offers a complete look from the side. You ask him to get in motion, he kind of wants to step there right on top side of his toes. But that's a good, practical kind of a market steer to fall in the third hole. The chromed up calf that rounds out the class just simply got outpowered compared to the ones ahead of him. I really like this calf's front 1/3 when he stands on the side. You ask him to lead, he's still plenty sound, We just need to stouten him up in terms of his muscle shape and power, specifically across the top side of his skeleton, a good calf to round out the class.
In our Class 1 AOB market steers, your results are champion Augustus Tedrow, reserve champion Caden Bolyard, third Navy Crane, fourth Laura Stemple. Class 2 is lightweight crossbred. We have 2 entries, Mackenzie Watts and Sophie Uphold.
We're going to go ahead and lead the cattle as they stand to go ahead and use the short horn appearing steer to win the class. I see more future in this one just in terms of muscle shape and structure compared to the one that follows him. This one has more muscle to the top side of his skeleton. He's stouter and squarer out of his hip. You ask him to go is where he leads this class. He's the soundest in terms of his pastern and the way he handles his hind leg as you ask the cattle to lead. The one that comes in 2 has the advantage of being the bigger statured, higher performing steer of the pair, but this one wants to get too upright in terms of the angle to his pastern. We need to have him more flexible in terms of the way he utilizes his shoulder and motion, and nonetheless, still a good, practical kind of a market steer that I'm sure will hang a nice carcass when the time comes around.
In our Class 2, first went to Mackenzie Watts, second Sophie Uphold. We have a second class, Class 3, in our lightweights, Emma Stemple, Brady Sines, Lena C.,
to go ahead and use the red steer to win this particular class. This calf just offers the most complete look from the side and the most things done right in terms of his structure when you ask the cattle to lead. There's still plenty of stoutness and power in this steer. I love the foot and the bone work of this calf, and he's still plenty deep in the center portion of his body cavity. Probably not just the most attractive thing we've seen all day out of his front 1/3, but that's a good market steer that still has plenty of shape to the top side of the skeleton. The black calf that comes in too, this is an attractive high-headed steer from the side, and he gives you a really cool look. It's just when we set this steer in motion, he's too upright in terms of the angle to his pastern, too rigid in his hock when we ask him to lead. Nonetheless, still a good, practical, attractive steer from the side. The Charlet appearing steer that rounds out the class, this is a more compact made steer, and that's where I'd like to change him. Right there out of his front 1/3, and from the side, he gets a little bit shorter sided steer that's a little bit more compact in terms of his front 1/3, but this is a good calf that has a lot of meat and muscle and a really good practical kind of a market steer that's still stout and is square at his hip when you step in behind him. That's a good calf to round out the class.
In Class 3 of lightweights, first, Lena C., second, Emma Stemple, third, Brady Signs. Now we'll bring back in our firsts, Mackenzie Watts, Lena C. for your champion.
Back out here in the grand drive of the market steers in this particular division, and there's one that I kind of gravitate to in terms of being the most comfortable when he's set in motion. Still offers a complete look from the side, and I feel comfortable using him for my champion. That's going to be the red steer right here. I'm going to follow through with reserve for the one that came second to that calf's class. Third overall is going to be this young little shorthorn calf out of the class 1. Fourth is going to go to this young man steer right here and round out with 5th overall with this young ladies.
In your lightweight division, your champion went to Lena C. Reserve went to Emma Stemple. Third, Mackenzie Watts. Fourth, Brady Signs. And fifth, Sophie Upholt. And we have medium weight crossbred market steers. Lila Riley, Caden Powell, Ty Jenkins.
I'm going to go ahead and leave them the way they stand and use this calf out here in the front to win. I don't think any of these is particularly perfect in terms of the way they use their structure, but this calf out here in the first spot, it does the best in terms of handling his hind leg when he's in motion. I stepped them behind him, and there's still plenty of stoutness and power. He's probably is not farther along in his condition as the two behind him, but I'm more comfortable using him in terms of his structure. Still has an attractive look from the side, probably not the deepest in terms of his center body compared to the two ahead of him, but I'm more comfortable using that structure to go ahead and win the class. The one that comes into, this one gives you a cool and cocky look in terms of his front end on the side. He carries his neck high out of the top side of his shoulder. With that, he's a little bit straighter right there out of his shoulder, straighter out of his hock and pasture in terms of the way he utilizes it in motion. You step in behind him, and he's just still a little bit flatter in terms of his muscle shape. But when he gets some parts, he still gives you a cool from the profile. The one that rounds out the class, this is a good practical kind of feeding market steer, and this one does offer you a lot of extension there out of his front 1/3 when he gets and set up. This one, though, I'd like to change him in terms of the way he utilizes his hind legs. He wants to hawk in there as you ask him to lead away from you, and still wants to step upright in terms of the angle to his pastern, but nonetheless, still a good calf to round out the class. Congratulations.
In Class 4, your medium weights, Lila Riley first, Kate Powell second, Ty Jenkins third. We have another class of medium weights, Class 5, Hunter Valentine, Lane Jenkins, Cody Titus.
I'm going to go ahead and use this young man to fluffy steer here in the back to win the class, and this one just puts it together from the side where he really wins it. He has more bone, more power when you step in behind him, and more to the top side of his skeleton. If I'd like to change him, I'd like to change him in terms of his structure and the way he utilizes his hind leg and his motion. He's a little bit straighter right there, and the angle to his shoulder as you watch him travel away from you. And nonetheless, in terms of market animals, this one's got the most meat and muscle and shape to win the class. The red baldy steer that comes in second, this one offers you an attractive look from the side. He's big-footed, he's big-boned, and he's long and attractive out of the front one-third of his skeleton. It's just compared to the one ahead of him. He just gets outpowered, especially there, right there out of the center portion of his body cavity. He's not quite as deep, and right there out of his flank. Nonetheless, he's still a good calf to go second. The black calf that rounds out the class, this one's a good, good feeding market steer. And I appreciate the look he offers me from the side. There's still plenty of stoutness and power and muscle when you step in behind this calf, and there's lots of shape to the top side of his loin right when you get on top of him. This one's just the frailer featured, flattest in terms of his muscle shape from behind of the two ahead of him, and he's the frailest in terms of his bone work. But nonetheless, a calf that's still good to round out the class. Congratulations to you.
In our medium weight class 5, first Cody Titus, second Lane Jenkins, third Hunter Valentine. We'll now go for the champion in our medium weight. We're looking for Lila Riley and Cody Titus.
Out here in the middle weight division of the market steers, and there's one calf that I kind of levitate towards, and that's going to be this young man's red steer out of this class right here. He's going to go ahead and be your champion. I'm going to go ahead and use this young man's red baldy steer to be reserve out of this division. I prefer of the calves standing on either side of them, this one's structure and bone work, and I read this one to be more muscular and have more muscle down the top side of his skeleton compared to the two on either end of them. Third overall is going to be this young lady's black calf in the front with a white navel.
In our champion drive for our medium weight, your champion was Cody Titus. Reserve, Lane Jenkins. Third, Lila Riley. Fourth, Caden Powell. We now go into Class 6, our heavyweights. We're looking for Carmen Knotts, Clara Fuller.
I'm going to go ahead and use this young lady's chromed up black and white steer in the front to win. This calf just outpowers the one behind him in terms of just about every single way. He's bigger footed, he's bigger boned, he's stouter when stepping behind him. He has more market ability when you read him over the top side of his skeleton. He's stouter and he's still fresher in terms of his condition when you compare him to the one behind him. I love the way this calf is constructed there out of his front 1/3. He offers you an attractive look. The one that comes behind him, this one's an attractive, cool looking calf from the side, especially there out of his front 1/3. He's probably just a little bit weaker there right behind his shoulder, wants to have some extra set to his hock when you ask him to go in motion, and nonetheless, a really attractive calf from the side. Congratulations.
In our Class 6, first, Carmen Knotts. Second, Clara Foley. We now have Class 7 of heavyweights, Nick Bernanowitz and Kylie Stemple.
I'm going to go ahead and use this black steer here in the second hole to lead this class off. This one offers an attractive look from the side, but where he wins it in terms of his structure and especially right there out of the top side of his look, this one handles his loin more comfortably when in motion. He's still plenty stout feature when you step in behind him, and I like the shape to his hip. And when you ask him to go in motion, he still handles that correctly compared to the one ahead of him. The chromed up baldy steer that's going to go in the second hole, this one offers you a really cool look from the side, especially there right out of the top side of his shoulder. He carries it higher, and he's cleaner there right out of the front end of his skeleton. And with that being said, he's a little bit straighter there out of his knee. He kind of wants to buckle over a little bit. He's a little bit rigid, and stiffer there, right there out of his hock when you ask him to lead. And then I'd like to change him in terms of the structure of his top line. He wants to rise up there, right out of his loin ever so slightly, and nonetheless a good practical, stout kind of a market steer to round out the class.
In this class, first, Nick Bonanowitz. Second, Callie Stemple. We'll bring back in now Cameron Knotts and Nick Bonanowitz for your champion.
In this division, I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's black and white steer up here in the front to go ahead and win. This one, just in terms of the other one, outpowers him, and then I went ahead and handled him to see if that power really was true under all of that hair, and he handles really fresh to the touch. The one that's going to go ahead and reserve, because the reserves are sitting out here behind, is going to be this young man's right here with this black steer. I really like the way this calf is put together on the profile. He offers you a cool look, and I see a world of future for him. The one that's going to go ahead in third is this young lady's right here, that just pulled up in the front. This calf offers a really cool look from the side. We could change him right there out of his hock. The one that's going to round out is this slick-hided baldy steer. This one's a big, tall, statured, high-performing steer. We just need to change him in terms of the structure out of his hind leg and right there out of his loin to go any higher today.
In our heavyweights, your champion went to Carmen Knotts. Reserve went to Nick Bonanowitz. Third, Claire Foley. Fourth, Callie Stemple. We now have Class 8 in Market Heifer. We're looking for Malin Gibson, Cody Titus.
For your champion overall market steer, there's one that I've kind of levitated towards in this division, and this calf is just extremely stout and powerful and offers you a cool look from the side. He's super dense in terms of his bone work and dense especially in terms of the top side of his skeleton. Your champion's going to be this young lady's black and white steer. Reserve in that division was this young man's black steer. I'm going to follow through with this one for reserve. For third overall, I'm going to go ahead and use this young man's red steer right here to win third. Your fourth overall is going to be this young lady right here in the corner with this brockle-headed steer.
Because Carmen and Nick had already been pulled. Because the heavy and the reserve heavy were pink, and that moved clear up.
Okay.
I mean, that's my thinking, but that doesn't look right.
It is, they are classes. You have them scattered out like this. It's hard to keep.
Yeah.
For fifth overall, I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's red steer up here in the front.
Callie. No, that's Emma Stemple. Sorry, Emma Stemple.
Emma?
Yeah, it's her sister, Emma. Tag, exhibitor tag 18, Emma.
So now we're going to do the overall market steer. I need first place from AOB is Augustus Tidro, and then first place from Crossbred is Carmen Knox. And then can we have the reserves from those two divisions follow in behind them? Caden Bolliard and Nick Bernardowitz.
I have no idea where she got them animals from.
I don't either. Where'd we go wrong?
Well, they had to come from here. If you're going overall, they had to come out of each chain. Fred was here.
Yeah, so we just did. So this is for everybody.
Okay.
This is for
They make this too complicated. We have to go back and pick these others up. We're just gonna try to figure out what to write.
yeah.
But I don't have a sheet.
I didn't realize crossbred was going to be.
These sheets are not.
For your overall grand champion market steer, there's only two class winners in the division, respective divisions out here. There's one that I've kind of leaned towards this whole entire time, and that's this young lady's black and white steer out of the crossbred division. For your reserve overall champion, I'm going to go ahead and use the AOB division winner. Your third overall is going to be this young man steer right here. For fourth overall, I'm going to go ahead and use the red steer.
Cody Titus, right? I think it's Katie. We might want to confirm that though.
Well, his number's 56.
Yeah.
The kid that's going out there was 20.
Oh.
I don't know. That's
20 was Caden Bolyard. I thought I had Caden as last. For Market.
well. Same trouble I run into. One time we ended up
We had a mess at our preview show one of the goats or lambs because two girls from two different shows they weren't listed is what I think. The parents weren't listed. The mama was right behind us and called out the names and they didn't show up and then they fussed and got mad.
jumping in front of him. Like breaks your hand. Well, if Casey ever decides to come and tell us what the hell she's doing, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
What are we showing that?
So now we're on Market Heifer. And we got 3 classes of Market Heifer. 1, 2, 3 classes of Market Heifer, even though your last class only has 1 entry. And then we're going to do the champion Market Heifer. And then we're going to do champion Market Beef.
I was just for Market Heifer.
Oh, they put all 3 classes in there, didn't they? And then there's Cody probably done.
For the Market Heifer division, I'm going to go ahead and use this young lady's black heifer to win this class. And this heifer just offers the most in terms of being the most correct in her structure. You get off on the side of her and she still gives you a good look. She's probably not the most correct right there in terms of her loin, but that goes for the same. The one that comes behind her, she's still plenty stout and powerful. The one that's going to come in 2 is this young lady's the smallest little black heifer of this class. But man, this thing is powerful. You step in behind her and she's just opened up in terms of the top side of her skeleton right there out of her hip. She has so much shape right there over her loin, and she's pried apart in her chest floor. It's just when you set her in motion, she really wants to get up underneath herself, wants to rise up on her loin and round out of her hip. The one that comes in 3 is the big burly heifer that's standing right here, and this one's also really, really wide and opened up in her chest floor. She's probably a little bit more compact in terms of the way she's made there right out of her front 1/3. Doesn't quite a little bit too much rigid right there over her pastern and the way she handles her hind leg. And then the combed up heifer that rounds out the class. This one's attractive and clean, probably the cleanest made from the side. It's just we set her in motion, and she's too mechanical in terms of the way she handles her hind leg, and she wants to get too upright in terms of the angle to her pastern. Nonetheless, still a good, stout, powerful heifer to round out the class.
Who didn't show?
I think the Stevenson Bridge did not show.
One oh seven flat. We know that much. I'm not sure.
Champion steer and champion heifer.
Why did you hurry up?
Kind of came off the rails, didn't it? We need
Her freaking computer must be magic.
Well, this is the last division of the day, and I appreciate everything you guys have done and for running the show so smoothly. With that being said, I'm not going to sit here and take a long speech. I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up, and I'm going to go ahead and slap your grand champion all the way down through top 5, and I'm going to go ahead and get off the mic for the rest of the day. But thank you guys for bringing such good cattle out here, and it does make it easier and funner and fun as an evaluator when you have great cattle like this that are highly presented for you to evaluate. With that being said, congratulations to every single exhibitor and every single champion, and even those of you who didn't get any banners or go home with them. You guys are still deserving of every win, and just use that as motivation to be better for the next time you guys come and take your livestock to a show. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and select your overall grand champion market animal.
Yes.
The overall champion went to Carmen Knotts, reserved Augustus Tedrow, third, Nick Bernanowitz, fourth, Mackenzie Watts, and fifth, Malin Gibson.